At timeanddate.com, we look up into the sky. We bring you exclusive footage from eclipses worldwide. We take our mobile observatory to where the action happens.
Hi, Stefan.
Hi, Anna. It's my real pleasure to welcome you at the Guyana Space Center, the Europe Spaceport.
We collaborate with experts and observatories across the globe to bring you the best view of celestial events. We explain how and show why it all happens while answering your questions during our live broadcast events. Find your home and even more details on our website while you wait. So join us next time on timeanddate.com. Welcome to timeanddate.com. We're here live streaming this annular solar eclipse, and we've just been looking at some spectacular images from Jeddah and from Bela. And welcome, Graham.
Hey, Anna, hi. So hey, here we are again. About every 6 months, the sun and the moon line up in the sky and produce somewhere in the world a solar eclipse. But, you know, every eclipse is different. Every eclipse has a special set of points.
And we've got a few points. What are those? What is today all about, Graham?
So, well, there's really 4 key points about today's eclipse. The first thing is it's an annular eclipse. So the sun and the moon will come into perfect alignment, but the moon is just not big enough to cover the sun completely. Instead, the sun will form a ring of fire around the edge of the moon. The second interesting point about today's eclipse is that, you know, most of the Earth's surface is covered by water, not land. So, you know, very often these spectacular eclipses happen out over the ocean, but not today. Today, the path of annularity, the very narrow corridor where we'll be able to see the ring of fire, 80% of it is overland. This really is the great overland eclipse today.
And a lot of people are going to be able to see it if they have clear weather.
That's right. It's also going to be a partial eclipse across large parts of Africa and Asia. So around about half the world's population have a chance of seeing some kind of an eclipse today.
There's also
sorry, could you say that again, Anna?
It's also the solstice. So we're kind of calling this a solstice eclipse. Is there a connection between solstices and eclipses?
Right. So that's the third interesting point about today's eclipse. There is this strange quirk of timing that the summer solstice, this is the astronomical moment when the Earth's North Pole is tilted the closest towards the sun. That happened about 7¼ hours ago. So by a very strange quirk of timing, this is a solstice eclipse. Now, how rare is a solstice eclipse? We will be talking about that later on, because it is a very interesting question. But yeah, it is a strange coincidence of timing gives us this solstice eclipse.
And we were supposed to be traveling to Oman with our mobile observatory, but obviously you're in Japan, I'm in Norway, and we're watching images from our friends in the large astronomical community of the world.
That's right. So really the fourth thing that makes this a very unique eclipse is it is the first major eclipse of 2020. And of course, 2020 is the year when all of us have had our plans thrown up into the air. So sadly, lots of people who were planning to travel to observe today's eclipse have had to cancel their plans. Yeah, as you said, including us. Our time and date mobile observatory is not on the road. It's stuck
No.
there in Norway. But hey, we went out to ask for help from the astronomy community, and we had a just fantastic response, and we're getting in some great pictures from our friends and partners around the world.
Yeah, that's good. And what are we actually in for today, Graham? What is an annular eclipse? You explained it a little bit in the beginning, but how does it work?
Okay, now one thing we should just mention before we get into the annular eclipse, a very quick but very important safety message. Wherever you are in the world today, never look directly at the sun without proper eye protection. Even if you are on the path of annularity, and even if the sun is reduced to just a very narrow ring, that sunlight is still bright enough to cause permanent damage to your eyes, permanent damage to your retina. So never, never look directly at the sun without proper eye protection. And by that, we mean something like properly certified eclipse glasses, not sunglasses, not darkened plastic, not looking at the sun through clouds and thinking that the clouds might offer you some protection. They don't, unless you have proper solar eclipse glasses. Do not look directly at the sun today.
Well done, Graham. I forgot all about that since we're looking at the screen.
Right. Now,
So,
Anna, you were before that. You were asking what is happening today. Right. So it's an annular eclipse, and I think there you go. Right. We have a diagram. This is now looking from space towards the sun, the moon, and the Earth. We can see that there are three parts to the moon's shadow. There is that very big shadow, the very light shadow. That is the moon's penumbra. If you're standing anywhere in that very large light shadow, you will see a partial eclipse. The moon will partially cover the sun. Today, that includes large areas of Africa and Asia. Now, just to the right of the moon, we can see that very dark cone. That is the moon's umbra. If you're standing in the umbra, that's when you get a total eclipse. That's when the moon completely covers all of the sun. But today, the umbra, as we can see on this diagram, it's not quite reaching the Earth. And that gives us this third kind of shadow, the antumbra. And if you are standing in the antumbra and you look up at the sun, then you will see the entire moon silhouetted against the sun. That's when you will see this ring of fire.
So you have to be standing in that little shadow called the antumbra to see it.
That's right. Now, of course, this diagram, right. Now, I mean, this diagram is not to scale. The balance of the geometry of the Earth, the moon, and the sun is really quite remarkable. The moon, today, the moon is about 390,000 kilometers from the Earth. the length of the umbra is about 370,000 kilometers. So that umbra, the very darkest part of the moon's shadow, it's only missing the Earth by, really a few thousand kilometers. It's that close to being a total solar eclipse today. It also means that the antumbra shadow is very small, and it is making a very, very small shadow on the Earth today. It is only, it's only around 60 kilometers wide on the surface of the Earth. So you've got to be in exactly the right place at exactly the right time to see annularity today.
But we do have an animation that shows where it's possible to see both the partial and the annularity. The annularity comes up as a little red dot there.
That's right. So this is an animation of today's eclipse. This is about 6 hours speeded up into a few seconds. The main thing we're looking at here is the penumbra, the light part of the moon's shadow. The eclipse starts at sunrise in Africa. It then moves westwards, and it finishes at sunset out in the Western Pacific. Anyone standing in any of those light shadings will see a partial eclipse today. So really covering almost all of Asia today. Now, the main event, of course, is the annular eclipse, and for that we have to really now zoom in to our map, and this is the moon's antumbral shadow as it's moving across the Earth. And here it is moving across Africa. So it starts in Central Africa. It's now coming across the Red Sea. It's going to be moving across the Arabian Peninsula. It is incredibly tiny. And again, you think that the moon is hundreds of thousands of kilometers away in space. The size of its shadow on the Earth, of its antumbral shadow, is just this. The shape of the shadow is slightly changing. The size and shape of the shadow changes as it moves across the globe. You can see here it's getting smaller and smaller. We're coming up here towards the greatest eclipse in India. We'll be talking later on about why the shadow changes shape across its journey today. We're now seeing it going across the Himalayas. It's going into China. It's going across Tibet. In total, it's traveling about 15,000 kilometers today. It's going across 14 countries. And again, one of the remarkable things is that 80% of this journey of the moon's shadow is overland. We're seeing it here just coming up to the Taiwan Strait. The final bit of land that it crosses today is Taiwan, 140 kilometers across Taiwan. And now it's changing shape. You can see it's getting bigger, it's getting more elongated. It's also speeding up. This final 3,000 kilometers across the Western Pacific, it's going to cover this in just about 15 minutes. So the shadow is moving at a colossal speed across the Earth's surface. It's ending very close to Guam. We can see there it's just missing the southern tip of the island of Guam by about 10 kilometers. And it's ending there in the Western Pacific.
Yeah. And there we are back with a beautiful image from Saudi Arabia. But you just told me just before we started that there's something wrong with this image. Not wrong, but something odd.
Right. So when telescopes gather light, they often invert the image and give you an upside down image. And sometimes when it comes to broadcasting live pictures like this, sometimes the image is inverted again to make it the right way up, and sometimes it isn't. In fact, this picture that we are looking at from Saudi Arabia, this is actually an upside down image of the sun. If you are in Saudi Arabia and if you are looking at the sun with eclipse glasses, you will notice that this is actually an upside down image that we're looking at here. What are we by the way? It's 5:15 universal time. The maximum eclipse in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, that is around about now, 5:12. So about 5 minutes ago was maximum eclipse in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. So this is as big as the eclipse will get in Jeddah. So this is
they're not in that tiny. They're not in the tiny shadow.
That's right.
Antumbral.
That's right. So that very tiny antumbral shadow, it does cross Saudi Arabia today, but it only crosses the southern part, a very narrow strip of the southern part of Saudi Arabia. So Jeddah is further north. It's on the western side. It's next to the Red Sea. It's some distance from the path of annularity. So in Jeddah, this is the greatest eclipse that will be seen from Jeddah.
And we will leave you with some pictures from Jeddah and come back soon with some more commentary as the show goes on. Check us out on timeanddate.com. You can go in on our live blog, timeanddate.live, and read all about the eclipse there also on our blog. Thank you and see you soon. welcome back to timeanddate.com. We have been having a little break. I just wanted to remind everyone that we're going to be showing some spectacular annular eclipse images coming up here from our main feed in India, from Sirsa, India. And we do have a schedule for the eclipse, basically, the times worldwide. And Graham, could you explain what these times and terms mean?
Yeah, so the entire eclipse today lasts a little under 6 hours. So the partial eclipse started in Africa at 3:45. The Antumbra, the Ring of Fire, touched down in the Congo at 4:47. It's now rushing across towards Asia. It will reach maximum eclipse, the halfway point of its journey across the globe at 6:40, and that will be in northern India. And our main feed for today will be coming from a place very close to the point of maximum eclipse in northern India. The moon's shadow then continues rushing on across the globe. The annular eclipse ends at 8:32 out in the western Pacific near Guam. That will be the last ring of fire for today. And then the partial eclipse ends worldwide at a point in the Pacific quite close to the Philippines at 9:34. So there's a lot to come and a lot to happen, especially at Sirsa in India.
Yeah. So we have a schedule for Sirsa. Yeah, there it comes up. And this is our main feed. We've got some really great friends in Sirsa, Neelam and Ajay, and they've traveled to provide us these beautiful images because we couldn't do it ourselves with the mobile observatory.
That's right. So this is a wonderful husband and wife eclipse chasing team. Ajay and Neelam Talwar. They are based in New Delhi. They've been chasing eclipses together since 1995. In fact, they're not just a husband and wife eclipse chasing team. They now also take their two young children with them. Since 2005, they have been traveling the world to observe and photograph and film eclipses as a family. Today, this is very much a local eclipse for them. So, of course, with all the travel restrictions that we have at the moment, of course, we had to find local partners. So they were very fortunate. They jumped into a car on Friday from New Delhi, and they drove about 3 hours northwest of New Delhi. It's about 240 kilometers to the city of Sirsa in northern India. And the partial eclipse began around about 45 minutes ago in Sirsa. Yeah. We're looking at the live pictures right there in the top right part of the screen. Now, of course, the big highlight will be annularity. This is where the moon will move more and more across the sun until at 8:26. So this is going to be happening
2 hours? No.
So this is going to be happening at 6:26. 6:26 will be the annularity in Sirsa. Sorry, yeah, actually, yes.
The times are
Not
wrong.
the numbers that are on right. Not the
No.
numbers that are on the screen. Yeah, right. No, actually, that's a different place. The partial eclipse started in Sirsa at 4:46. So it
Yeah.
started about 45 minutes ago at 4:46. Annularity, the ring of fire, will come at 6:26. So
26.
this is in about 56 minutes time. The moon will move completely across the sun, and we will see this ring of fire. So that is 6:26 universal time. Now, it doesn't last long. The ring of fire only will last about 30 seconds. So you have to be back here at you have to be here to watch it at exactly the right time, because it doesn't last long. So that is what we are looking forward to in Sirsa in India today.
Oh, if we can get our main image up from Sirsa again. We're in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, and we've also got Abu Dhabi up there above your head, Graham. We've got a few images, two
Yeah,
images from Abu Dhabi there.
right.
Now, Abu
Now,
Dhabi.
Abu Dhabi. So Abu Dhabi
Go ahead.
is a lot. Yeah, it's a lot closer to the path of annularity than Jeddah is. So we saw the maximum eclipse in Jeddah. The maximum eclipse there, the magnitude was 0.76. That means about 3/4 of the sun's diameter was covered by the moon. In Abu Dhabi, the magnitude of the eclipse at maximum, which is around about now, is 0.9. So about 9/10 of the sun's diameter is covered by the moon, and that gives us a very, very narrow crescent sun. So yes, that's at the top right of the screen there from Abu Dhabi. The maximum eclipse in Abu Dhabi is really around now. 5:33 is the eclipse maximum in Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates. So there is a spectacular 0.9 magnitude partial eclipse in the United Arab Emirates.
So they're just missing it. They're just not getting the ring of fire.
That's right. Now, of course, this is coming from the International Astronomical Center in Abu Dhabi, but they were definitely hoping to send a team south across the Arabian Peninsula down to Saudi Arabia or to Oman to capture annularity, but with the travel restrictions that are in place, they were unable to do that. So they are settling for this very beautiful partial eclipse. Yeah. It looks like they're using two different telescopes there, using two different kind of filters. So we're seeing slightly different colors of the sun there. That's why we're looking at these double images of the sun here. But that is a 0.9 magnitude partial eclipse.
Okay, but we'll be seeing
Sirsa,
we'll be seeing annular eclipse.
That's right. So from our main feed in Sirsa, we are going to reach this level of partial eclipse, but then the sun will keep eating away at the sun until it finally hollows out the sun, and the crescent sun, the horns of the crescent just keep reaching further and further around the moon until finally they meet and form this narrow ring of fire. So we've got that to look forward to from Sirsa, and again, that is coming up at 6:26 Universal Time in Sirsa. So that
So
is
we'll be just under an hour, a bit less. So make sure you tune in again.
that's
We'll
right.
just take a
50
quick
minutes.
break here.
50
We'll be
minutes from
back soon. And see you soon. welcome back. So we're here at timeofdeath.com/live. We're having a bit of a live session here from the annular solar eclipse going across Africa, most of Asia. It's 80% land that where this eclipse is moving fast across, and it's just left Oman, hasn't it, Graham?
That's right. So the Antumbra, that part of the moon's shadow that gives us annularity, the ring of fire, it left Oman about 10 minutes ago. It's just made its way across the Gulf of Oman, and it's right now arriving on the Asian mainland. This is the biggest chunk of its journey today, across the Asian mainland. The small sun that we have on our screen at the moment from Bela in Pakistan is close in southern Pakistan. It's close to the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea, and they are reaching maximum eclipse around about this time. 5:59 is maximum eclipse in Bela, so that's about 9 minutes from now. That's the small crescent sun we're seeing in the top right corner of our screen right now.
Yeah, and we're also looking at our main image from Sirsa in India, and we could see a few clouds going over the sun there. We're hoping that that they don't thicken up before annularity. And we were lucky to cooperate with the gang in India, because we were supposed to travel to Oman, and we made a little animation from our night sky pages that shows what the eclipse would look like there. And well, I think it just ended. Let's see if we get the start of it. Here you go. Graham, you explain.
Yeah, so this is what happened in Oman around about 10 minutes ago. This is a short looped animation of the annular eclipse as it looked from the ground in Oman. Now, Oman was fairly close to the start of the path of annularity, so this was a morning eclipse in Oman. At the beginning of this loop, we can see here it's shortly after sunset. The sun is rising into the sky. The partial eclipse starts here around about 9 o'clock in the morning, and then annularity comes there mid-morning Oman time, and right now we're in this second partial phase in Oman, where the moon is now moving off the sun's surface and is uncovering the full sun once again.
And when I looked at this animation, I said, "Oh, but it's wrong, because the moon completely covers the sun." But then I got explained that if it did cover the sun completely, our night sky animation would have shown the stars and night sky instead of a brighter sky like we can look at right now.
Okay, right. Yes, so the sun, of course, is almost covered. It is 99% of the sun is covered by the moon during the annular eclipse today. But yeah, it's difficult to see on this small animation because of the size. There is still just a very narrow ring left.
Yeah, and during a total eclipse, the sky gets quite dark, but during an annular eclipse, it doesn't get as dark, right, Graham?
That's right, because there is a tiny bit of sunlight left, and that tiny bit of sunlight still generates an enormous amount of light. Anyone who has seen a total solar eclipse, will know that the light levels don't start dropping noticeably until about 80% of the sun is covered, and it never goes completely dark, even when there is just a tiny, tiny crescent sun, or when there's just a very narrow ring of fire. That's still a lot of light that the sun is producing and generating. So yeah, it doesn't go completely dark.
And that's why it's so important to be wearing these eclipse glasses at all times when you're looking up at the sun, not just well, during a total eclipse you could be able to look at the solar corona, but for an annular eclipse you should keep your glasses on all the time, right, Graham?
That's right. And of course, we're not just talking about eclipses here.
Yes, that's true.
We should never look at the sun at any time without proper eye protection. You mentioned about a total eclipse, Anna. Of course, in a total eclipse, during totality, you can look then without eye protection, but you're not looking at the sun's disk, because that is totality. The moon is completely covering all of the sun's visible disk. All you can see at totality is as you said, the solar corona. That's the outer part of the sun's atmosphere. That's the only time you can look directly towards the sun, when the entire sun is covered. But that never happens during a partial eclipse. It never happens during an annular eclipse. So yeah, today the message is, at no time, never look directly at the sun without proper protection, which, as you said, is the proper solar eclipse glasses. They should be properly certified. On the back of the glasses, there should be an ISO mark or a CE certification mark to show that they are properly certified and safe for directly looking at the sun.
And there's also another way. Instead of looking at the sun with glasses, we can use a different way to look at an eclipse, and that's by making a bit of a pinhole projector.
That's right. And this is a really effective and really fun way to look at an eclipse. You can project an image of the eclipsed sun. As we can see in the corner of the screen there, you can take two pieces of card, put a small hole in one piece of the card, and you can project the sun's image onto the other sheet of card, and you will get an upside down picture of a crescent sun. You can do a similar thing using binoculars. You can use binoculars to project the image of the crescent sun onto a piece of card as well. The best thing with projection is to fiddle around a bit. Try different sized holes, try different distances between the cards. You can get some really nice projections of the crescent sun.
You can also, if you're standing under a tree, you can actually look down at the shadow on the ground, and it will produce crescents, which is surreal.
But that's right. In fact, there are lots of pinholes around us in nature, and you just gave the best example, which is leaves on a tree. The little gaps, the little spaces between the leaves, they form natural pinhole projectors. That's right. And then you look down at the ground and you see these amazing crescent sun shapes on the ground. That is a great experience. Yeah.
Mm. And also, when we were in Argentina, we actually brought a colander all the way back from Norway, and we held that up against the sun and towards some card, and we could also see the crescent shapes through the holes of the colander.
Anything you have that has got a small hole in it can act as a pinhole projector. I think straw hats can work quite well for projecting the sun. Really, anything with a small hole or a series of holes in it can be great projection devices for eclipses. That's right.
So I think the message is to just play around with it now that the crescent sun is in the sky.
That's right. That's really the best way, is just to have fun and experiment and see what can give you the best results.
And when we were in Argentina, we could play around with it together. But you're in Japan, I'm in Norway. We've got images coming from India, so there is a little bit of a delay between us if we seem a bit like, oh yeah, that's what you were saying, or we speak into each other's mouths, right? The delay.
By the way, just another couple of things that we should just mention on the safety message.
Okay.
We did have in our little diagram in the corner of the screen, there was a note about binoculars and telescopes. If you're, for looking at an eclipse through binoculars or telescopes, they do need special solar filters. You can't just use eclipse glasses if you're using those magnifying devices. So telescopes, binoculars, you can only use them if you have a specialist solar filter, and you really need to know what you're doing for using magnifying devices at an eclipse. The safest thing to do is to simply use a pair of eclipse glasses. Another thing we should just mention also, when you have your eclipse glasses, you still shouldn't stare at the sun for long periods. These are not designed to stare at the sun for minutes at a time. The best thing to do is to put on the glasses, have a short, quick look at the sun, and then look away. And maybe share the glasses, give them to someone else. Yeah. Do not just stare at the sun for long periods. And of course, just the final safety message, if there are children, just be very careful with children, and supervise children carefully. Meanwhile, back in Asia, it looks like we are around about maximum eclipse in Bela in Pakistan. So this is in southern Pakistan, close to the Arabian Sea. Maximum eclipse is around about now. Magnitude 0.98. So
they don't,
very, very close.
The horns won't meet. Yeah.
So this is as close to annularity as they will get in Bela. They are very close to the path of annularity, but just not quite on the path. So that crescent sun, the horns of the crescent, they get closer and closer, but that's as far around the moon as they go. This is maximum eclipse in Bela. From now, the moon will start sliding off the face of the sun and will start uncovering the sun once again.
But we are going to see a full ring of fire from India. I still see some clouds going by there. I'm hoping that they're just passing clouds in about 20 minutes time.
That's right. So again, yes, 6:26 is the annularity in Sirsa.
So we're really closing in. We're going to leave you with this beautiful image, and we will come back soon. Make sure you tune in to timeanddate.com/live. There you can read about all the other places that we've passed. There's a blog full of content there. You've got access to our gallery. So make sure you go and check that out. And Graham, you and I will be back soon. Welcome back. We've been looking at some images there from Sirsa in India, and oh, there are a few clouds there that are really annoying me, Graham.
How about that? We've had pretty much clear skies from our feeds so far, and now here we are, 10 minutes away from annularity, and yeah, those clouds are causing a bit of concern. But Anna, I'm sure this is going to go fine for us. I'm sure we're going to get a great view of annularity here.
Yeah, I'm hoping for that. And what do we look out for during annularity?
Well, the great thing with annularity is that crescent sun, the two tips of the crescent sun, they wrap their way further and further around the dark circle of the moon. It becomes quite mesmerizing, as the ring gets closer and closer to being formed until finally the sun forms a complete ring around the dark moon. We're going to see this happening over the next 9 minutes here from Sirsa. One other thing to look out for as annularity begins is Bailey's beads.
What are they?
Now, many people are familiar with Bailey's beads from total eclipses. This is just before the moon completely covers the sun during a total eclipse. There are just some final beads of sunlight that can be seen shining through valleys on the surface of the moon. But Bailey's beads also apply to annular eclipses. In fact, Francis Bailey, the English astronomer who first gave the proper description of what these beads of sunlight were, he actually wrote his paper after observing an annular eclipse in Scotland in 1836. So as the moon moves across the sun and as that ring of fire forms, just before the ring becomes a full ring, we might see a slightly broken ring. Just these beads of light. This is the sun shining through the valleys between mountains on the very edge of the moon. And that's going to be one exciting feature to look out for during annularity. Interestingly, our partners in Sirsa, Ajay and Neelam, they have based themselves just north of the center line of the path of annularity. If you're on the very center line of the eclipse, then the moon passes right through the center of the sun. Our feed is coming from just north of the center line. It's about 4 kilometers north of the center line. This means that instead of passing right through the center of the sun, the moon is going to be just grazing, sliding more across the edge of the sun. This means that annularity will be a bit shorter, but it'll give us more chance to see Bailey's beads. So we're giving up a few seconds of annularity to have a better chance of seeing Bailey's beads as the moon grazes across the edge of the sun.
And it looks like the clouds are staying away. We've got about 5 minutes until we're at annularity in Sirsa. So I think we're just going to leave you here unless you have some more things to tell us about what to look at during annularity, Graham?
No, I think it would be great to just enjoy watching this 5-minute countdown, and then we will have about 30 seconds of annularity from Sirsa, and then the ring will be broken again, and we will be back to a crescent sun, but on the other side of the sun. The crescent sun will have flipped around, and it'll be a mirror image of what we're looking at now.
Super excited. We're going to leave you with that. Make sure you go to timeanddate.live and check out our blog there. There's more explanations there. And we're going to leave you with some spectacular images from India. We'll see you soon. Well, we're back, and wow, that was pretty awesome. Wasn't it, Graham?
That was great. We got lucky with the clouds, and we had beautiful annularity from Circe. Absolutely.
Mm. And you can explain a little bit more why the Ring of Fire was so skinny. We do have a really good graphic that can help us explain the reason for this.
Right, right. So the annularity we saw, as you say, the ring was extremely narrow, and as we said earlier, the geometry of the Earth, Moon, Sun system is really finely balanced. The diagram that we have on the screen now, on the left hand side, we are looking down on the Earth from space, and we're looking at the Earth and the Moon, and we're looking at the different shadows of the Moon. So the big shadow we're looking at is the penumbra. Anywhere in the penumbra you see a partial eclipse. The dark shadow just to the right of the Moon, that's the umbra. That's what gives us total eclipses. And today we're looking at the third kind of shadow, the antumbra, and this is where the Moon becomes silhouetted against the Sun. But this thing is really finely balanced. The Moon's umbra misses the Earth, I mean, really just by thousands of kilometers. So the antumbra is extremely small. The closer you get to the Moon, the smaller the antumbral shadow becomes. So on our globe, we have marked two locations. So here, the bottom location, this is down towards the bottom of the Earth. The curvature of the Earth has actually taken that location a little bit further away from the Sun. So the Moon's antumbral shadow is bigger. At the beginning of our broadcast, Anna, when we looked at the world map and we looked at the Moon's shadow moving across the map, we saw that the shadow was changing shape as it moved across the globe. At the start and at the end of the eclipse, it was much bigger, but in the middle it became much smaller. And that's what this diagram is showing us. If we look at our second location on the globe, if we move up on the globe, here the Earth's curvature is actually bringing us up closer to the Moon. It's bringing us closer to the Moon's umbra. It's bringing us closer to a total eclipse. Now, today it was impossible to actually get right into the umbra, but at the midway point of the eclipse, it is only just an annular eclipse. It's very, very close to being a total eclipse. Now, the annularity that we just watched in Circe, this happened at 11:56 a.m. local time. So it was pretty much noon local time. That tells us that it really was near the middle of the path of annularity. It was about as close to the Moon as we are going to get today. The result of that is shown on the right-hand side of this diagram. We've got two images of the Sun in our eclipse view box on the right-hand side. Now, the bottom image is taken from our first location on the globe. That's where we're further away from the Moon. The Moon's antumbral shadow is bigger, and when we look up at the Moon, we see a smaller Sun. And a smaller Sun gives us a thicker ring it's a thicker ring of fire.
Mm.
But at our second location, which was, where we were with Circe just now, we're much closer to the moon. The moon is bigger, and that means that the ring of fire is much narrower, and, well, it put us very close to having a total eclipse today.
Yeah, because it's just a really, really skinny little ring there. And so then the annularity is shorter.
Annularity is shorter, that's right. So at the beginning of today's path of annularity, it began in Central Africa at sunrise. There, annularity lasted over a minute because the moon looked smaller. The moon needed more time to work its way across the face of the sun. When we got to India, the moon, closer to the moon became bigger. The moon needs less time to reach across from one side of the sun to the other. So the duration of annularity, only about half the length at the midway point of today's eclipse.
And if we used a really, really tall ladder or stood on top of a really, really tall mountain or tried to get those few thousand kilometers up, then could we have seen a total solar eclipse?
Well, that's right. That's a very good question. Is there any way we can get closer to the moon? I'm not sure about your ladder idea, but certainly the mountains does make a difference. Now, today's annular eclipse is passing over the Himalayas. It's passing over Tibet. The high point of today's eclipse is in the Himalayas. There's the mountain Hardeo, which is 7,500 meters high. That gets us 7.5 kilometers closer to the moon, which isn't that much, but the thing's so finely balanced that difference of a few kilometers does make a difference in what we see. Now, nowhere did we get a total eclipse today. Nowhere gets us quite close enough to form, to give us totality. But up at the peaks of the Himalayas, the ring of fire would have been even narrower. And Tibet, the plains of Tibet are at 5,000 meters. Again, that's an extra 5 kilometers closer to the sun. So there, again in Tibet, we're looking at a very, very narrow ring of fire.
Could you actually fly up? Could you take yourself up high enough to be so that it would be a total eclipse if you didn't climb a mountain?
Well, we are looking at what is it? We would need to close a gap of a few thousand kilometers. Okay. So it isn't actually. There's no way that we could have actually got ourselves into the moon's umbra today. So, but the point is that yes, the closer you can get to the moon, the bigger the moon is, so the narrower the ring of fire is during an annular eclipse.
It's very interesting. And again, we're looking at Circe, and the eclipses. We've been at annularity there, so we're looking at the partial eclipse again on the other side of the moon, right, Graham?
That's right. We now have the whole process runs in reverse, and that crescent sun will become bigger as the moon slides off the face of the sun. The main action in today's eclipse is now shifting eastwards. So partial eclipses are starting. Let's see, in Taiwan, the final bit of land in today's great overland eclipse is Taiwan, and the partial eclipse is starting in Taiwan in around about 2 minutes. So the main all of the action in the sky is now shifting towards the eastern half of the Asian continent.
So we're moving along with the shadow of the Antumbra.
That's right. That's right. Yes, yes. Also, partial eclipse starting in. In fact, here we have now on our screen. So this is now coming live from Taipei in the northern part of Taiwan. Now, Taipei is not on the path of annularity today. We are hoping to get images from Taiwan further south as well from the path of annularity. In Taipei, the partial phase of the eclipse will start at 6:50 UTC, which is in around about a minute. If we keep watching this image, we might be able to see the start of the partial eclipse. Now, in Taiwan, the moon should start eating away at the sun from. If the sun was a clock face, the moon should start eating away from around about somewhere between 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock on the clock face of the sun. So we can have a look at this sun and see if we can see the moon.
Oh, there you go.
Starting to. Oh, right. We've got our. This is from our time and date graphic. This is the situation in time. So the moon is right somewhere between the 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock position. The moon should start eating away at the sun any moment now. Here we are,
but we'll
back in Cirsa.
Yeah.
So yeah, if we
maybe
went back to the view from right.
There might be some clouds going on. We're going to leave you with this, and hopefully we'll get our feeds from there. You go, it's back, and we're going to leave you for a while. We will be back with more things to learn about eclipses soon. Talk to you later. Bye. Hello again. We're looking at a beautiful city picture here from Taipei in Taiwan. We're back on timeanddate.live and we're looking at this annular solar eclipse. And we talked about a little bit in the start that it's on a date that's it's like 6-7 hours away from the solstice, which feels less like a coincidence or not. That depends on what you explain, Graham.
Right. So the June solstice. This is the moment when the Earth's north pole is tilted the closest towards the sun. It's the moment when the Earth's northern hemisphere receives the maximum amount of sunlight. And it's a curious coincidence that this year the June solstice coincides with this annular eclipse. So the question is, how unusual is it to have an eclipse on the June solstice? And you know what? It turns out to be a very interesting question.
We did look into our calculations to figure that out because any solstice happening on no any solar eclipse happening on any date is can be random, but there's also a system to it, right, Graham?
That's right. It's one of these things that kind of is random, but also it's not completely random. So let's take the question of how frequently a solar eclipse occurs on a particular date. Now, this is a little bit different from the June solstice question, because the June solstice can occur on June 20th or June 21st, or even sometimes June 22nd. But to simplify things, let's just take the one date, June 21st. How often does an eclipse occur on June 21st? Now, to do this, we're going to have to think about some of the rhythms of the moon. There are a number of important rhythms that the moon has. The most obvious rhythm is the lunar cycle that takes us from a new moon to a full moon and back to a new moon again. And the time it takes the moon to go from a new moon all the way through the cycle back to a new moon again, that's called a synodic month. That is a period of 29.53 days, a synodic month. It comes from the Greek word synodos, which means meeting, because a new moon is kind of like a meeting of the moon and the sun. A new moon is where the moon moves between the earth and the sun, and this gives us this term, a synodic month. The first requirement, the most basic requirement for a solar eclipse is to have a new moon, because you need to have the moon between the earth and the sun. But of course, we don't have a solar eclipse every new moon. We don't have a solar eclipse every synodic month. Now, the reason for that is that the moon's orbit around the earth is slightly tilted. So most new moons, you don't get a perfect alignment between the earth, the moon, and the sun. The moon is either just a tiny bit too high or a tiny bit too low, and you don't get this perfect alignment every month. Now, going back to the synodic month, this period of 29.53 days, there is a curious a curious coincidence. If you take 235 synodic months, that's 235 times 29.53 days, you end up with almost exactly, you end up with 19 calendar years.
Oh.
Which means that every 19 years, the same lunar phase happens on the same date. So today, June 21st, it's a new moon. 19 years from now, we will also have a new moon on June 21st. 19 years ago in the past, June 21st, we had a new moon. Now, of course, we've just said that because of the moon's tilted orbit, just because it's a new moon, that doesn't guarantee you a solar eclipse. However, there is a very freaky relationship between the moon's tilted orbit and this cycle of 19 years. This cycle of 19 years, it's called the Metonic cycle. It's named after Meton of Athens, an ancient Greek mathematician. And there is this curious coincidence that the Metonic cycle gives us a freakish run of 4 or 5 solar eclipses 19 years apart. And then the cycle, the relationship breaks down and you get no solar eclipses on that date for about 3 centuries. But we are in the middle of this freakish run right now. So today, 21st of June, 2020, we have an annular solar eclipse. 19 years from today, 21st of June, 2039, we will have another annular eclipse on the same date. 19 years ago in the past, 21st of June 2001, we had a total solar eclipse, and we can actually go one step more into the future and the past. 21st of June 2058, this is 2 19-year cycles into the future, there will be a partial solar eclipse on the 21st of June in 2058. And there was a partial solar eclipse on the 21st of June, 1982. That is 2 19-year cycles into the past. So we have this very freakish run of 5 solar eclipses on the 21st of June, separated by this period of 19 years. But that's as much as you get. Then you have centuries without a solar eclipse on the 21st of June. It is just this curious relationship between this 19-year lunar cycle and just the tilt of the moon's orbit gives us this very freakish relationship.
But the one in 2039 will also happen on the solstice, right?
So 2039, that is also the solstice, right? 21st of June, 2039. So that is, we just have to wait 19 years for another June solstice annular eclipse.
But there are other calendar relationships, aren't there, between the eclipses that come every 6 months? We have a calendar illustration, don't we?
Right.
There
So, the moon has a number of rhythms to it. And this calendar that we're looking at demonstrates another important rhythm, and that is the rhythm of the tilt of the moon's orbit. So we're looking here at a 4-year period of solar eclipses, and we know that for a solar eclipse we need to have a new moon, but we also need to have the moon's tilted orbit aligned just right. Now, it turns out that about every 6 months, the moon's tilted orbit comes into alignment for a period of about 34 days. There's a 34-day period when the moon's tilt is close enough to make a solar eclipse possible. This is called an eclipse season. For about 34 days, the tilt aligns and the stage is set for a solar eclipse. All we need to add is a new moon. Now we know that
we're in the middle of a solar eclipse season right now, aren't we? Sorry for interrupting. We're in the middle of one right now. We had a partial lunar eclipse, a penumbral lunar eclipse in the start of the month, and we're going to have another one. We have our annular solar eclipse now, and then we're going to have another penumbral lunar eclipse in the start of July, right?
That's right. So we have this period of 34 days, an eclipse season. And during that period, any new moon will produce a solar eclipse somewhere on the Earth. Likewise, any full moon will produce a lunar eclipse. Now, because we know from the synodic month that we get a new moon every 29.53 days, we also get a full moon every 29.53 days. Because the eclipse season is 34 days long, that guarantees that there must be at least one solar eclipse and one lunar eclipse in any eclipse season. There might even be two if one comes at the start, one comes at the finish. And you mentioned just now, we had a penumbral lunar eclipse 2 weeks ago. We will have another penumbral lunar eclipse in 2 weeks' time. So this eclipse season has 3 eclipses, 1 solar and 2 lunar eclipses. And the solar eclipse calendar we have on the screen at the moment shows the solar eclipses we've had during these seasons over a 4-year period. This is also nice, Anna, because this is a bit of a memory lane trip for us as well on timeanddate.com. So February 26th, 2017, there was an annular eclipse across South America and Central Africa. I was on the ground in Angola for timeanddate.com for that eclipse. An eclipse season passes. We wait about 6 months, and then we get to the next eclipse season. Anna, you and I were together on the 21st of August, 2017, for the Great American Eclipse, the total solar eclipse across the United States. We then wait about 6 months for the next eclipse season. Now, 2018 and the beginning of 2019, we have this run of partial eclipses. Now, kind of looks a little bit boring, just those partial eclipses, but the other side of the coin is that we also have lunar eclipses during these eclipse seasons. And, Anna, we had 3 spectacular total lunar eclipses that we broadcast on timeanddate.com. First was in January 2018. That was 2 weeks before the partial solar eclipse you can see here. At the end of July 2018, between these 2 partial solar eclipses, there was another total lunar eclipse. And then again, January 2019, that gave us a third total lunar eclipse in an 18-month period. And then the rhythm shifts back towards solar eclipses. So last July, we were in Argentina to broadcast the total solar eclipse on the 2nd of July 2019. 6 months later, there was and another annular solar eclipse 6 months after that brings us to today, June 2020, and today's annular eclipse. So these eclipse seasons come about 6 months apart, but not exactly 6 months apart. You can actually see that they come slightly less than 6 months apart. And this is all to do with another interesting rhythm of the moon. The moon has this tilted orbit, but the moon's tilt itself is rotating around the moon, which means that every year these eclipse seasons happen about 20 days earlier. So 3 years ago we had that great American eclipse on August 21st. Here we are now, 3 years on. We've slipped all the way back to June, because every year, because of this other rhythm of the moon, the way that its tilted orbit is actually rotating and spinning around the moon, it means that every year eclipse seasons come 20 days earlier. This gives us the concept of an eclipse year. An eclipse year is shorter than a calendar year. An eclipse year has 2 eclipse seasons, but it's only 346 days long. It's 20 days shorter than a calendar year. And that means, as we can see from our eclipse calendar here, eclipses happen just a little bit earlier every year.
Well, we can look forward to a total solar eclipse again in December. So that's in another 6 months. So we're still within the eclipse year of our calendar, aren't we?
Right, that's it. 14th of December is so again. It's just a little bit less than 6 months. We will be in the middle of our next eclipse season.
So, but right now we're looking at an annular solar eclipse, and we're looking at a beautiful picture from Yunlin County in Taiwan, where the moon is slowly eating itself into the sun. We've got from Taipei City and from Yunlin County at the moment in Taiwan, where the moon is eating into the sun. And we'll leave you with those images for now, and we'll see you soon. We're on timeanddate.live. Check out the blog, and we'll be back soon. And we are back, timeanddead.com live, looking at the moon. No, not the moon. Well, it's the moon moving in over the sun in Taipei City, Taiwan. And it's easy to get a little bit confused here because we've got a pink, whitish crescent sun, and then we've got a yellow, orangey one from Cirsa, and we had a black and white one from Ishigaki, and then we had a really red one from Brunei. So we had a lot of different variations of the sun up on the screen there before we came on, Graham. Please explain.
Well, when telescopes are pointed at the sun, they do need solar filters. And there are different kinds of solar filter that can be fitted to a telescope. And they all filter out slightly different wavelengths, and they give you a slightly different color sun. That's why we're seeing here this very white sun from Taiwan and that very yellowy sun from India. The difference is simply in the filter that is being used on the telescope. There's also, of course, a bit of processing going on that takes the telescope image and turns it into the digital file that we can see on the screen here as well. All of that just helps to create slightly different shades of the sun. So different astronomers, different equipment, different parts of the world giving us, different shades of the sun today.
And also we can see that the moving from the bottom up into the sun in Taipei. In Cirsa, the eclipse is ending, so we've got the moon moving off the sun there, and then we did talk about images being upside down or inverted earlier on. And did we have any inverted images now? Because it can be quite confusing to look at all these different crescent shapes.
Right. So yeah, at the moment we have about 4 different images that we've been looking at in the last few minutes. So as you said, yes, the small image, top right hand corner, Cirsa. This is getting very much towards the end of the partial eclipse here. The partial eclipse will finish in Cirsa at 8:12, so around about half an hour to go until the end of the eclipse in Cirsa. Our main image coming from Taipei, the maximum eclipse in Taipei will be around the same time, 8:13. So that's also about half an hour. We also have some images coming from Yunlin County in Taiwan. So Taipei, the city, is up in the northern end of the island. The path of annularity today is going across the southern part of Taiwan. And we do have a feed coming from Yunlin County where, if the clouds hold for us, we should have around about a minute of annularity. That is also happening at 8:13. So again, in just under half an hour. The final images that we've seen recently, we have some pictures from Japan, from Ishigaki Island, which is really one of the southernmost islands of Japan, actually very close to Taiwan. So the eclipsed sun in Ishigaki Island looking very similar to the eclipsed sun in Taiwan. We also had an image from Brunei, so really down in Southeast Asia. This is quite far south of the path of annularity. In Brunei, they will be having a partial eclipse today of a magnitude of around 0.38. So there's a small partial eclipse in Brunei. That's another image that we've had on our screen recently. There we have the image from Ishigaki Island in Japan, very close to Taiwan. So yeah, the eclipse looking very similar in Ishigaki and Taiwan.
And earlier on, we were talking about eclipse seasons and how they all connect. 19 years we're in there, you had a lot of different kinds of months. And there's another month we need to think about before so we can understand how eclipses work.
Right, Anna, you had so much fun thinking about the synodic month and the eclipse year that we just thought you would you like to hear about one more important
Of
rhythm
course. Yeah.
that the moon has. So the moon's orbit around the Earth is not a circle. It is an elliptical shape. So sometimes the moon is a little bit closer to us. Sometimes the moon is a little bit further away. Today, the moon is a little bit further away. That's why we're having an annular eclipse, because the moon isn't quite big enough to cover the sun completely. When the moon is at its closest point to the Earth, that is called perigee. When it's at its furthest point, that is called apogee. There is a final lunar cycle that we can tell you about, and that is the time it takes the moon to go from perigee all the way around to apogee and back to perigee again. That is called the anomalistic month, and that is 27.55 days.
So how many months do we have now? How many different levels do we have?
Right. Okay, so we've looked now there at 3 lunar cycles. There is the synodic month, the time from a new moon through to a full moon, back to a new moon again. There is an eclipse year. That is when the tilt of the moon's orbit produces 2 eclipse seasons, slightly less than a calendar year. And we have the anomalistic month, the time it takes for the moon to go from its closest point to its furthest point, back to its closest point again. Now, here is the interesting thing with these 3 cycles. Here is another freakish coincidence. Anna, if you take 223 synodic months and you take 19 eclipse years and you take 239 anomalistic months, you will see that all of those add up to equal 18 years, 11 days, and 8 hours. These 3 cycles fall into almost perfect synchronization every 18 years, 11 days, and 8 hours. Now, these 3 cycles, these give us the 3 key components of an eclipse. The synodic month, that gives us the new moon. That's like that's the most fundamental thing we need for an eclipse. Eclipse years, that's to do with the tilt of the moon's orbit. That's the second thing that we need for an eclipse. The anomalistic month, that tells us how near or far the moon is. That tells us whether it's going to be a total eclipse or an annular eclipse. These 3 cycles fall into more or less perfect synchronization. And that means that every 18 years, 11 days, and 8 hours, we get pretty much the same eclipse taking place.
And we actually do have a graphic that we make. I found that really astounding.
Right. So today is June 21st, 2020. If we go back in time, 18 years, 11 days, and 8 hours, we go back to June the 10th, 2002. And here we have on our screen now a side-by-side comparison of the eclipse maps for these 2 eclipses. And we can see that these eclipses are pretty much identical. The light shaded area is where there is a partial eclipse. In the middle, you can see the very narrow path of annularity, that dark red line running through the middle. That's the path of annularity. You can see that these 2 eclipses have really exactly the same shape. Now, of course, the interesting difference is going back to 2002, there it's June the 10th to June the 11th. Now, it's just an odd thing because the eclipse is going across the international date line. So that's actually giving us 2 dates for that eclipse. Of course, the big difference is that they are in the eclipse in 2002. This was further to the east. The eclipse, today's eclipse in 2020, has been shifted to the west. Now, this is where the 8 hours comes in, because we're talking about a cycle of 18 years, 11 days, and 8 hours. Now, during that 8 hours, the Earth is spinning. 8 hours is what? It's 1/3 of a day. So during 8 hours, the Earth has spun on its axis 1/3. So today's eclipse is the same eclipse as June the 10th, 2002, but it is shifted 1/3 of the way around the globe. And this really shows us, and really how every eclipse is different. Because here you have 2 eclipses that, in terms of the orbital mechanics of the Earth and the Moon and the Sun, these eclipses are more or less identical. But when you put them onto the map, these eclipses are completely different. Because June the 10th, 2002, annularity took place. It's boring, right? It's just across the Pacific. It doesn't really go overland at all. 18 years, 11 days, 8 hours ago, it was the great overwater eclipse. And how many people saw annularity then? But we come forward to the next eclipse in the cycle, and now it is the great overland eclipse. It's a completely different kind of eclipse. So yeah, it's the same eclipse, but at the same time, it's a different eclipse because of that 8 hours difference moves it 1/3 of the way around the world. And that is
What a difference
the
it makes.
Saros cycle. Yeah, right.
Makes a huge difference, doesn't it?
Completely different. And so there is, there is one of the great heavenly rhythms, the Saros cycle, discovered 2,500 years ago by the Babylonians, who discovered this hidden rhythm in the movements of the Earth and the Moon and the Sun.
And we're coming up towards annularity in Taiwan. We've got looking at a beautiful image there from Yunlin County, and they will be getting it. What did you say? 8:13 UTC? Wasn't it about then that they would have annularity?
Annularity in Yunlin County is coming up at 8:13. That's correct.
So not so far away, just 15 minutes away or so. So we'll leave you with beautiful images from Yunlin County and hopefully from Ishigaki Island and from Taipei. And we'll have a look at those and we'll see you very soon. Check out timeanddad.com/live. We have more information on our blog there, and we'll see you back in a while. again. So we're here on timeanddeck.com, and we're live streaming the annular solar eclipse that started in Africa, has zoomed across India. It's still partially, you can still see it partially in India. And we're now closing in on annularity in Taiwan. And we do have a little replay of the annularity from Sirsa in India, don't we, Graham?
Yeah, so before we get to annularity in Taiwan, we thought it might be fun to replay Sirsa, and then that's going to let us do a little comparison between annularity in the two places. So just to recall that in India, annularity happened at around about midday local time. It was 11:56 in the morning in Sirsa, so the middle of the day. We know that at the midway point of the eclipse, we are closer to the moon because of the curvature of the Earth. It's bringing us up nearer the moon. So in India, the moon was a little bit bigger. Annularity was pretty short, only about 30 seconds, and the ring of fire was really, really narrow. We're going to replay it so we can see that one more time, and then we're going to switch back to Yunlin County in Taiwan, and we're going to then be able to enjoy annularity in Taiwan. That's going to be coming at 8:13, so that's coming up in about 10 minutes. In Yunlin County, it's going to be a longer annularity. It's going to be about 60 seconds, and it's going to be a thicker ring because it's now the afternoon in Taiwan. It's just gone 4 o'clock in the afternoon Taiwan time. So now the curvature of the Earth is taking us away from the moon. The moon is getting a little bit smaller, so the ring of fire is getting thicker. We're going to leave you watching this replay from Sirsa, and then we are going to switch back to our live pictures from Yunlin County in Taiwan.
Okay, see you soon. Well, hello again. We're looking at images from Taipei City in Taiwan. They're having a few technical difficulties in Yunnan County, aren't they, Graham?
Yeah, there's always two things that we need to go right for these broadcasts. The first thing is the weather. And, we have been remarkably fortunate with the weather
Yes, we
today,
have been
Anna.
lucky.
Um, the second thing we need to go right is the technical side of things. Because going out into the field and capturing these images of eclipses, it's not a simple exercise. It takes an awful lot of equipment, of telescopes and computers and cables and power and internet connection, and there are just
Especially the last
dozens
one.
of things. Right, there are dozens of things. Any one of them, if it breaks or if it goes wrong or if there's some kind of problem, it can interrupt our feed. And I'm afraid that is the problem we're having right now in Yunnan County. All of this is happening out in the field because the path of annularity doesn't pass over any main astronomical observatories today. These pictures in Taiwan, they're coming from the Astronomical Museum in Taipei, so they're very well geared up and organized for bringing us these pictures. Down in the south of Taiwan, they've had to travel down, they've had to set up. And yeah, unfortunately, there are many things that can go wrong. Again,
Especially
we've been very
mobile
fortunate today
coverage
so
or
far.
Wi-Fi mobile
Right,
coverage.
right.
Very important when you want to live stream an eclipse of any sort, and things can go really wrong there. We've experienced that ourselves when we were in Argentina for the total solar eclipse last year. So looking at images from Taipei in Taiwan, and that's a pretty awesome picture too, isn't it, Graham?
Yeah, now we are around about maximum eclipse in Taipei. This is magnitude 0.94. So 0.94 of the sun's diameter is covered by the moon. Even though we're not seeing annularity here, Anna, I think we can tell from this picture that the moon is a little bit smaller than we were seeing it in India. If we can just kind of imagine the moon
Yeah.
shifted a little bit to make a ring, I think we can see there that the ring would be a little bit thicker than the ring of fire that we saw in Circe. So we're going to have to use our imagination a bit there. But I think this picture does show us that compared to India, the moon is looking a tiny bit smaller in Taiwan.
And it's at the moment, if you didn't know what you were looking at and you're looking at this, you'd think that it's a crescent moon, a weird crescent moon, or something like that. You'd be quite confused looking at this.
It is looking a lot more like a very thin crescent moon, very close to a new moon. Just noticed there, just coming, it looks like they have some clouds down in Ishigaki Island. So again, this is very, very close to Taiwan. There is I think that was a picture of the telescope that they're using there. So it looks like they're having a few cloud problems down there in the southern part of Japan. But yeah, we do have a beautiful picture of maximum eclipse from just outside the path of annularity. So yeah, Taipei just to the north of annularity.
And we'll leave you with that. We'll be back very soon. Check out timeanddate.live for our blog with info, pictures about what's going on with the eclipse. And we'll be back soon. Hello, welcome back to timeanddate.com, this live stream of the annular solar eclipse that went across Africa, Middle East, Asia. It's China, it's just past Taiwan and now is moving through the Pacific Ocean. And we're getting close to saying goodbye, aren't we, Graham?
Right. Yes. In our map in the top right hand corner of the screen, that shows us where the Antumbra is now. So it's left Asia, it's left Taiwan. It is now heading out across the Pacific. The annular eclipse will be ending in about 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, that Antumbral shadow, this is the very dark spot in the center of the map. It's going to streak across the Pacific, and it will be ending near Guam at sunset in around about 9 or 10 minutes. The partial eclipse in Taiwan will continue a little bit longer. That still has about another hour or so to run, the partial eclipse in Taiwan. The very final bit of today's partial eclipse will end at 9:34 UTC. The very final spot will be a little bit of the Pacific Ocean near the Philippines. So this eclipse will be completely finished in just over an hour's time.
And we were supposed to be in Oman. We were supposed to have our mobile observatory there, and then there was something, just a little silly pandemic that happened. And you have a similar astronomical story about things that aren't supposed to happen that happen after all, haven't you, Graham?
Well, there you go. So this has been the first big eclipse of 2020, and 2020, this is the year when we've all realized that there have been many things in life that we have taken for granted, and one of the things that we take for granted is the sun. The sun has been in our skies doing a very dependable job for about 5 billion years. And it will be around for another 5 billion years. Again, doing a very steady, dependable job. But the sun does have the odd moment. So, for example, 1859, there was it's called the Carrington event. There was an enormous solar flare that hit the Earth, and it took out telegraph systems across the globe. Now, this was the 19th century, so there was only so much technological damage that this solar flare could do. But if you jump forward to the 21st century, we live in a world of computers and power grids and satellite communications. And before 2020, epidemiologists always said that a big pandemic like COVID-19, it was a question of when, not if. Well, astrophysicists say the same kind of thing about a big solar flare. It is a question of when it's going to happen, not if it's going to happen. So, if if we are looking for things to add to our list of things to not take for granted, but to just be, a bit humble and thoughtful about, maybe we should add the sun to that list.
Even though it predictably rises and sets, and we have our 6-month eclipse cycles and everything like that, it can act totally unpredictable and irresponsible as well.
It does have its moments. That's for sure. Yes. Yes. Yes.
But we can predict something. We can actually predict when the next eclipses come. And we do have a list of the events that time and date hopefully will cover, depending on travel restrictions and other things. But here we are, upcoming events, Graham. And December, total solar eclipse. We're hoping
That's
to travel to Argentina
fingers
again.
crossed. Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Right. So the next eclipse season, it will give us a total solar eclipse. This will begin in the Pacific. It will end in the Atlantic. It is mostly happening over the ocean, except it does go across a very narrow strip of Chile and Argentina. And well, we are really hoping that we will be in Piedra del Águila, in Argentina, in northern Patagonia. We've done lots of preparation already for this. We are very grateful to the director of tourism in the local government in Piedra del Águila. This is Martin Rucci and his team. They've given us great help and support in helping our planning for this. So yeah, Anna, fingers crossed. December 14th, total solar eclipse live from Argentina.
And then going into 2021, we were looking at our calendar, and we had these years where the solar eclipses were a little bit boring, but the lunar eclipses were fun. And it looks like we're kind of going into that kind of year now, aren't we, Graham?
Right, yeah. So there's always this kind of balance between solar and lunar eclipses. Next year is actually a really fascinating year because it gives us a little bit of everything. It gives us a lot. So we have 2 eclipse seasons. The first eclipse season, it gives us a total lunar eclipse, followed straight afterwards by an annular solar eclipse. That is a very exciting combination of eclipses coming up. May 26th for the total lunar eclipse. This will be visible all across the Pacific region. So in East Asia and in Australia, this total lunar eclipse will be happening just after sunset. In the Americas, this total lunar eclipse will be happening just before sunrise. So May 26th next year. Followed by an annular solar eclipse, June the 10th. Now this annular eclipse, this is only just hitting the Earth. It's happening way up north, right up in the Arctic. So it's not a big crowd pleaser. It's not going to have a huge audience. It's taking place very high up near the North Pole. The second eclipse season next year, this brings us a partial lunar eclipse on the night of November 18th and 19th. Again, this will be happening in the Pacific region, a very similar area to the total lunar eclipse in May. And that will be followed 2 weeks later by a total eclipse. Again, only just. This total eclipse will be happening in Antarctica, the other end of the Earth, down near the South Pole. So again, not a great publicity seeker, that solar eclipse either. So 2021 is, we are shifting back more towards lunar eclipses as the big spectacles for 2021.
And you can find all these events and more events on timeanddate.com. We have lists of previous eclipses and future eclipses, and you can go in and watch an animation of how it will look where you are. So if you're lucky enough to be in the area, you can actually, even though if you're not in the annular path or in the totality path, you can actually see a partial eclipse. So please go in and check us out on timeanddate.com. We're rounding things off now, Graham. It feels weird. We've been preparing, and now it's all over. It goes over very quickly, these solar eclipses.
It does. And wow, we are hugely grateful to all of our partners around the world that have helped us with this broadcast. Today we had,
and if you're curious about who our partners are, you can go into our live page, timeanddate.live, and you can click into our blog, and there you can find our partners on the side there if you want to read more about them there. And what do you think, Graham? Are we going to say goodbye?
Then, yes. By the way, Annularity has just finished out in the Pacific Ocean. So the annular phase of this eclipse, the Ring of Fire phase, has now finished. The partial eclipse will be wrapping up in about another hour. So that's right, Anna. I think we're gonna leave everybody with these pictures of partial eclipse from Taiwan, and we will be back in December.
We will be back in December, hopefully in Argentina. Okay, we'll see you soon. Check us out, timeanddate.com, timeanddate.com/live for future events. Enjoy the images from Taipei and now from Yunlin County as well. I think they sorted out their technical difficulties. And goodbye. See you in December. Bye. At timeanddate.com, we look up into the sky. We bring you exclusive footage from eclipses worldwide. We take our mobile observatory to where the action happens. Hi, Stefan.
Hi, Anna. It's my real pleasure to welcome you at the Guyana Space Center, the Europe Spaceport.
We collaborate with experts and observatories across the globe to bring you the best view of celestial events. We explain how and show why it all happens while answering your questions during our live broadcast events. Find your home and even more details on our website while you wait. So join us next time on timeanddate.com.